Some point I'll fix that bug. Hello, Wilo Gamer Pro. What is up? Nothing. I haven't done anything today. I sat in my chair, watched some YouTube, drank an energy drink. I'm making some coffee right now, and I'm going to try to make some more progress on my boot.dev journey. Yeah, type shit. I saw a funny tweet. Well, I guess it wasn't a tweet. A funny post on Blue Sky about that. Somebody didn't know what type shit meant. You know, they thought it was referring to like something to do with programming. Although I don't really have room to talk because sometimes I'm not up on the latest internet lingo. Keep mistyping. There we go. Hey, what's up, Mark? Good to see you. I came here just to say hi to the stream. Going to bed now. Look, good coffee and a loaf of bread. Well, thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate you stopping by. I hope you sleep well. Get our daily quest going. I think I'm at level 95. Level 95. Let's go. We're so close, man. I tell you what, these last 20 levels have taken me forever. It is a grind. It is a grind. I'll be right back. Hey, what's up, newbie clips? What are you tracing, man? We are adding logging, tracing, and metrics using OpenTelemetry to an existing fake Go application. That is what we're doing. You have 64 RAM, man? Yeah, I got 64 RAM. I bought this computer, I don't know, probably a year ago now. It was on sale, pretty heavily discounted on Amazon. It's nothing crazy fancy, but it has a good number of cores and plenty of RAM. It's just a little mini PC. It works. At some point, I think I'll probably retire it and it'll become kind of my primary home lab server, and then I'll upgrade to something. I'd love to have a dedicated GPU, you know. I'd love to have something that could run some local AI or a server or something that I could at least run as like a server for local AI. Or local inference, I guess I should say. But for now, it does what I need it to do, so it was a good purchase. It was purchased before all this crazy AI stuff kicked off, the increases in RAM and everything. Yeah, the prices are just insane, man. Insane. Like I built a NAS. What was that? Probably. Well, I guess it's now been a year almost. Last fall, I built a NAS, and I did it at the exact right time because now the drives that I bought for that thing, I think I bought those drives for $300 a piece. I bought two 20 terabyte Iron Wolf drives for like $300 a piece. Now they're $720 or $740. It's crazy. I don't know if I'll ever explore game dev newbie clips. I probably would explore game dev if my kids ever got interested in building something like that, but personally, it's never piqued my interest. I've always just enjoyed playing them more than making them, I guess. The only game I've ever made is a snake game. That's the only game I've ever built. And I don't really write. I've never written C++. I've written a little tiny amount of C, but never worked with C++. I have played Valorant. It's a little too slow for me, not my style of shooter. I prefer Call of Duty, Battlefield, that style of first-person shooter. Where should I put this? Should I put this in this window? I guess I'm gonna put this in this window. Okay. Let's go ahead and open up NeoVim. Split this right. Split this down. I think we're in this app. Key. Oh, whoops. I opened that my root directory. Okay, we need to replace the request body with our spy wrapper. Okay. Update your request logger middleware to include duration, the time elapsed between receiving the request and finishing the response using time.since. Request body bytes. I guess I'll just copy this, I think. Delete that. Paste that in there. Spy reader doesn't exist. We'll need to copy these. Put that there. Import the IO. All right, so we have our request body bytes there. It wants us to add some other things. So let's go ahead and check that is done. It wants us to log the duration. So this would be log.int duration. And then we're going to use time.since the time elapsed between receiving the request and finishing the response. What does this thing take? Why can't I get, there we go. Since returns the time elapsed since t. It is shorthand for time.now.sub. Does the request have any information about the time? Okay, so I guess the way we could do this then is we could just say, let's assume that we start the request here. Start time.now. And then let's assume the request finishes over here. So we'll do time.since start. And then we probably need to get, should log this in milliseconds. What do you think? Doesn't really say. I don't know, milliseconds might be overkill, but let's do that. Whoops, not microseconds. Milliseconds. Missing before new line in argument list. Am I? I don't think I am. Log info, serve request. Oh, it's because we're casting there. There you go. But milliseconds should give us back an int, so I don't think that should be require. Cannot use time value in as int value in argument to slog.int. Well, what does this take? Okay, we did duration. Now we need to do status. That one should be very straightforward. Slog dot, let's do string, status. Well, I guess we can do int. Response, writer dot. And then I think that's it, because we already have the body. Request body bytes. Oh no, we need response body bytes. And we need response. We need a new type. So now we have a spy on our bot. We're using a spy on the request body to track the bytes read, and then we're using a spy on our response writer to track the number of bytes written to the So this will be spy response or spy writer bytes written. Okay, then we need to rebuild the application with this long ass command. All right, and then let's try to submit. All right. Failed to read response body. Okay. Hey, what's up, Justin? Good to see you, man. Just another day, you know? Another day at the desk. Trying to make progress on this boot.dev thing. Oh, we can't pass this like that. I think it has to be like that. Yeah. There we go. Let's restart. Build that, run it. Okay. Failed to read response body. I don't know where that's coming from. No coding for me today. I'm gonna try and enjoy it. I love it. Oh, dude, that's a funny show. Tires is very funny. I have not seen any of the new season. Shane Gillis is just hilarious. Okay, so something we're doing with our... It's something we're doing with how we're processing that. Let's see, we've got some logs here. Oh, here we go. Panic, runtime error, invalid memory address or nil pointer, dereference. God, that's hard to read. Let's look at the file. That's also not very helpful to read either that way. Let's turn on line wrapping. Oops. Oh, that's not going to have the debug logs in it. Invalid memory address or nil pointer. Created in server.go. Request logger. Huh. Okay, I'm going to look at their example code again really quick. New season is def some of their best work. Really? Okay, I'll have to check it out. Shane Gillis always makes me laugh, so I'm happy to watch. Okay, let's try to just remove. Let's try to remove this. We made a couple different changes there. Let's try to remove Spy Rider. Let's pass, or let's not. We don't even have to remove it. We'll just comment it out, and let's comment out where we use it. And then instead of passing that, we'll pass W. And I'm guessing this is still gonna break. Let's give it another build. Okay. So that's the change that has broken us. Just see if the duration works. It's entirely possible. Maybe there's, I mean, it's entirely possible this is a me issue, but it's also entirely possible it's a them issue too. All right, so nothing's working. Nothing is working. But it used to be working. So let's undo all, well, let's just undo all of our changes. That's what our handler used to look like. Oh, whoops, it's not on. Go build. Okay, there we go. So now we're actually back to getting a response. Excuse me, so that's good. The question is, okay, let's just start with the duration and make sure that works. Let's do one change at a time. When all else fails, one change at a time. So start equals time.now. And why do we want that? Well, we want that because we want to log the duration. So we will do slog. They actually have a value for this. Duration. We'll call this duration. And this will be start. Now, why are you complaining? You cannot use slog duration as string value in argument to log. Oh, served request. Well, what was that actually? What was that message before I changed it? There we go. Now we're happy. All right, let's make sure that continues to work. I probably don't need to keep submitting it either. Probably just do do dev run. Okay, we're still getting requests, so that's good. All right, now let's try to introduce the reader, the body reader. So, or let's add the method slog.int or status code, sorry, slog.int status, what do they want it called? Status response status. Hey Nopa, how are you? Hello D, good to see you. Appreciate you passing by, man. It's always kind of you guys to stop in and say hi. Hey Steven, do you remember that I asked you about NeoVim? Now I'm totally hooked on NeoVim. I can't even touch VS Code a single bit. That's awesome, dude. I don't remember you asking me about it, but that's awesome. it definitely was a side quest originally for me that became a main quest, so I'm glad you're enjoying it. I still use VS Code quite a bit, but it's nice. It's nice to be a fan. In my opinion, it's nice to be a fan of a lot of things, you know? I like Windows, I like Linux, I like Mac OS, I like VS Code, I like NeoVim. I mean, I have criticisms of them all too, but you know, it's nice to be able to like more than one thing. Oops, that's not on. I wanted to do boot dev run. Okay. All right, so that causes the error. So accessing that field is what causes the error. So how are we getting the status code then? Oh, we're getting it from the spy. That's how we're getting it. So let's add this response writer here. And let's add the, now it all makes sense. It all makes sense now. Let's get this guy. This is the reader. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna do spy reader equals spy read closer. And this will be r.body. And then r.body will get replaced with the spy reader. And then we also need the spy writer, which is going to be a spy response writer. And I don't think we need to set anything. Oh yeah, we do. Response writer is W. And then we'll pass the spy writer here. That. Now we should be able to say, what was it we were trying to say? Response status. And we should be able to say slog. Whoops. Slog.int. We should be able to say, give me the spy writer dot status code. There we go. I think that'll fix our. I think that will fix our troubles. It won't make it so that we'll pass, but we'll stop having that panic. Up. Hold on. I think that's still panicking. Or is that an old log? I can't tell. No, I think it is still panicking. Oh no, that's an error that we do expect. It's not panicking, that's just an actual error. Okay. So then let's go ahead and add our bytes. See, Justin, have a good day, man. Playing some Pokemon sounds nice. All right, duration, response status. Let's do request. West body bytes. Slog.int West body bytes is spy reader bytes written, and then slog.int is going to be response body bytes is by reader by writer dot bytes written. Now we rebuild and run. Boot dev run -s. Okay, we still failed. But it looks like... Why are we failing? Okay, expect JQ query dot message equals served request. Response body bytes should be greater than 0. It should yield values satisfying bool equals true. Okay, so no bytes are being written to the response. I'm not exactly sure which. Not exactly sure. Let's see, what is this request? Huh. Oh, you know what? I removed... Okay, hold on. We're gonna have to... Give me a sec. I gotta recover what I deleted. We'll put all this back in just a sec. Put that back. I need to also keep logging these things. But let's actually turn them into the proper slog.string. Slog.string. So, what's up? Steven convinced me to start vibe coding. I've never looked back. Nice, nice. I convinced you to do it? That's surprising. I wouldn't think anything I'd said would have convinced you to do it, but if you're having a good time and you're happy, man, I wish you nothing but the best, you know? I hear a lot of people like it. I mean, Web Dev Cody seems to really enjoy it. There's a lot of people I follow online who have pretty much kind of really embraced it, you know? It just still hasn't clicked for me, I guess. I mean, I know I've used agents to write code and I've used AI to write a lot of code, but it's just not as fun as, or at least for me, it's just not as fun as doing it myself. Also, good to see you, Sogo. Okay, so we got those logged now. Now I'm curious to see if we do this again. We do. Only joking, but I'm vibing because my coding skills aren't quite there. No worries, dude. No worries. Yeah, no shade. No shade here, man. It's your life, you know? It is your life. You may live it however you please. And I pass no judgment. Okay, so I kind of wonder if... Okay, I think I might pass this time because it looks like it's all returning true now. So let's try this again. Build dev. Okay. You returned false. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Admin shutdown. Okay, why does it say select.message equals served request response.body is greater than 0 results? Let's have a look at the access log here. Response. I mean, there's definitely... There's definitely, oh, shit. You see it? It's a typo. Fuck. The almighty typo. So it can't find what it's looking for when it does the JQ operation. So it'll go build. God, this lesson's taking me a... It's put me through the ringer. There we go. Good thing I had lots of armor. Yeah, I have 17 armor. Sir Bomba, low-key vibing has killed some of programming skills. Well, I think it's very true. Like, there's been some literature that's been published recently that kind of shows that using AI to do something for you does result in some cognitive changes in your brain, like how you process information and how you think about information. There's been like evidence of cognitive debt, cognitive surrender, but I also think like we know that like you build those neurological pathways in your brain through actually doing things, right? Like actually like manipulating and understanding and struggling, and that helps develop those pathways. So I would have to imagine, right, like if you're not doing those things, those pathways stop being built, you know? I mean, it's the same reason why we teach our kids math without giving them a calculator, right? My kid, I have a 10-year-old and 8-year-old, and like we don't teach them multiplication, division, addition, subtraction, and by just handing them a calculator, right? Because we want them to struggle with these things. We want them to think through them. And so because it develops those pathways in your brain. So I would guess the same effects happen for our brains as adults with activities like that. Yeah, exactly. It's a use it or lose it type of proposition. And I think that's whereas if you're working professionally as a developer and you're under these pressures to use AI tooling now, which, you know, that seems to be where the market has gone, I think you're going to have to kind of be aware of that and make sure that you're keeping your pulse on that, right? Like obviously use AI if you have to get things done, but keep a pulse on that. Make sure that you feel, right, that you're just as sharp as ever, right? Which kind of sucks because that means it kind of puts a little bit more on your plate as an individual, but I don't really see another alternative, right? Like I don't think a lot of people are going to be able to get away with going to their boss. I guess depending on where you work, but a lot of what I see online is a lot of people aren't going to be able to get away with going to their boss and saying, I don't want to use AI because I'm concerned with how it's impacting me as an individual. They'll probably not care a lot. So now you sort of have to take it on yourself to deal with it. Thank you for your contribution to the conversation, D. Appreciate that. Came back just to say, God, this new season's so fucking funny. Well, I'm glad, man. I'm glad you're getting a lot of joy out of it. The job I just interviewed seems to be AI as a tool, but definitely wants you to still be in charge. Well, that's good. That's good. I think as developers, maybe that's a way from, you know, maybe as developers, that's a way we can have an impact on the conversation, is trying to be selective about when you are able to be selective about where you work. Maybe that's how you deal with that. You try to find a place that seems to have technical and engineering leadership that understands the nature of all this and understands there's still a place for developers to sort of be, in software engineers, to still be driving the ship and to be engaged in the work. And it shouldn't just all be about how much throughput can we get, right? And it's kind of interesting because you see this in manufacturing a lot too. You know, tends to be in a lot of manufacturing processes. You're always fighting this battle between, can I increase the throughput of my process while still maintaining the quality of the thing that I'm producing? And right now, and can I not only maintain the quality of the thing that I'm producing, but can I maintain the quality of the inputs, both the people and the ingredients and the raw materials, right? And can I not have detrimental external side effects to the process that I'm running? And it's kind of interesting because you see people in the software world embracing AI to sort of try to turn their software processes into these software factories, and it seems like right now everyone's just totally excited about how can we increase throughput, and they're not really thinking about all these other factors. But eventually I think those things will probably enter the conversation at some point, right? Like, hey, maybe we should concern ourselves with the external side effects of what we're doing. It'll just be super interesting to see how the world and software engineering and tech matures around this idea as time goes on. The team seems to be smart enough to understand that AI is not something you should rely on for quality. I like this. I think you might have found yourself a good place. I hope the interviews continue to go well, man. Yeah. I don't know what your position is right now, Sir Bomble, but if you're in the position where you can sort of, if you already have a job and you can be picky about the next thing, you know, it's nice to be in that situation. I mean, don't get me wrong though. If I lost my job tomorrow and I needed to put food on the table for me and my family, I'd put on my vibe coder hat and I would whore myself out to make sure I can get a job at another place that will pay me money. You know? Yeah, it's like you got to do what you got to do. Yeah, I think you're in a wonderful position then, Sir Bomble. I think that's great. That's the best time to look for a job, is when you already got a job, you know? No truer words have ever been said. Okay. So it looks like it wants me to add a shared context struct. So add a log context struct and a context key. In request logger, create a log context and store it on the request with r.withContext and context with value. Okay. So do that. And then we'll do log context equals and username. Oh, we don't want to set that yet. So here we'll just say r.withContext. With value. I don't understand where with value comes from. With context returns a shallow copy of R with its context changed to CTX. The provided context must be non-nil. Yeah, I don't know where this with value call comes from. Where does that come from? With value. So this belongs on a context object. r.context.with. I don't know where the hell does this come from? Okay. Okay, it looks like, based on this documentation, we have context with value, which belongs on a context, right? So we need to get this context type, but I don't know where we get that. That does not have a with value. Huh. Well, I am a little stumped. Because this, I don't think... Yeah, that won't take that. All right, I'm gonna have to ask Boots because I'm not understanding what they're looking for. You reference r.with context and context.with value. Oh, I wonder. Um, context. Is this a module? Yeah, there we go. I thought that was like a variable they were pointing at, but they're referring. So parent context key and value. So maybe this would be r.context. This is the request context, and then we'll pass in our log context key and the log context that we created. Whoops. And then we will do log, or no, this is going to be the, let's do this. Say log, like that. And then I think we have to take the return value and reassign it to request, I think. With context returns a shallow copy of R. So I think we have to do R equals like that. And I think that's what they were after. Yeah, that makes sense. To me, it makes sense to me. And then in the auth middleware, we're going to actually use it. So in auth middleware, after successful authentication, but before serving the request, assert log context from the request context and set username. Okay. It's interesting. So they already have a, after the request is served, sorry, hold on. Before serving the request, read and type assert log context from the request context and set username. So we would say r.context dot what? Dot value. And this value would be log context key. And if it's found, what happens? Value returns the value associated with this context for the key, or nil if no value is associated with the key. Successful calls the value with the same key returns the same results. Okay. So this would be log context, but we have to type assert it. Go type assertion example. So we would do nice. And then we probably want to say if log context is not nil. Well, it's a pointer to a log context. What's that? So if it's not nil, then we'll say log context.username equals username. Like that. Okay. Now all this, because what we want to do is once we're back here, we want to say slog.string, and we want to add a user attribute, and we want to get log context dot what? New request I'm gonna do this. New request context. And then we can say down here, we can say log context.username. Yep. Cool. Now let's try to rebuild and submit. Alright. So user is an empty string. So what are we doing wrong here? We are using a pointer. I wonder, maybe we're not actually getting it set here, maybe? Oh no, it is getting set. There's Frodo. So it is getting set. It's probably not supposed to be set some of the time, right? If you're making an unauthenticated request. So what are we failing? What were we failing? So we've passed all those. There's one that we're failing here. Served request dot path equals API login, and response equals 401 dot user does not equal null to yield satisfying value. So what does it equal? API login. Okay. So I'm not exactly sure what it's looking for 100% here. Because I'm surprised this isn't true. It's looking for any item in the array whose message equals served request, and the path is API login, and the response status equals 401. And user, the dot user property does not equal null. So it's saying that's false. But if we look at our logs, like for example, here's a log here for login. Response status is 401. The path does equal API login. The message is served request, so that matches. And user does not equal null. Which it doesn't, it equals an empty string. Hey, what's up? Yash King Code, how are you? Was about to start my C++ stream and saw your stream, had to pop up. Yeah, for sure, man. Don't let me stop you though. Don't, definitely do your thing. I appreciate you saying hi though. I hope your stream goes well. Hope you have a very productive, fun stream. All right, let's try to run this ourselves. We're gonna cat linko access log JQ. Cannot index string with string message. So what commands does boot dev run? It cats the linko access log. Okay, I don't understand. Oh, it went away. Dang it. I don't understand how this doesn't pass, man. It has all the attributes that it's asking for. User, is that spelled correctly? User, yeah. Login, yeah. 401. Response status. Is that spelled correctly? Yes. Is path spelled correctly? Yes. Is message? Yes. Message served request. I don't get it. I am stumped. Hey, Lol's Shadow Walker. Appreciate you stopping by. I'm doing well. Yeah, no complaints, man. Just another chill Saturday. Trying to hammer away at this boot.dev stuff, which I cannot seem to. This OTel course is kicking my ass. Sorry about the ads, man. Sorry about the ads. stopping. Okay, let's try that JQ can't command again now that we have some logs. So we'll do cat linko dot access dot log. Let's just do whoops. Yes. Are you exploring OTel in the context of Go or in general? We're doing a boot.dev course, which is teaching OTel in the context of Go. I've used OTel in C# or .NET projects before, but this is the first time I've worked with it in Go. But I'm a fan of OpenTelemetry, yeah, for sure. Okay. So what it's saying is it cannot find anything that matches this query, which I think is a fucking lie. Because you have one here that says served request, right? Path API login. Yeah. Response status 401. Yeah. User field does not equal null. This is not null. Okay, I'm gonna have to ask Boots because that doesn't make sense to me. I have these logs. And this query is failing. But there is a log that satisfies it. I admire your passion. It's inspiring. Well, thank you. I don't know if I'm very good at displaying my passion, but I sure do love tinkering with this stuff. Oh, okay. So they're actually expecting this to return false, and right now it's returning true. I see. Okay. So they actually want me to omit the username. All right. I did not understand the check. I see. Well, how should we do this? I guess how do we conditionally add things? I don't know how we do that. I mean, I know how we do that, but is there a way you're supposed to do it with slog? Does slog have like a conditional or Discard handler. Enable reports whether the handler handles records at the given level. This handler ignores records. No, that's probably not it. Oh, that's kind of annoying. This is annoying, but this is, I guess, the way you do it. You do log attributes. Like that. And then I guess you're gonna start with ones that you always want to add. Right? And you gotta pass them. Or is it like this? How do you unpack again in Go? I thought it was like this. Cannot use log attributes of type slog as any value in argument to logger info. So what, you just want an array like this? It just takes any, okay. Well, if that's the case, I guess I'll just type this as any. It's fine. And then what we'll do is we'll say if log context.username log attributes equals append That's very ugly, but I guess that's the way you do it. I don't know. There we go. Okay. Add an error field to your log context struct. Okay. On that. Create an HTTP error helper function that accepts a context and a response writer, status code, and error. It should stash the error in the log context if present. Then call http.error to actually send the response. Replace existing http.error calls in your handlers and auth middleware with the new HTTP error helper. I'll put this guy down here. So we need to grep, I guess, for http.error. And then we've just got to replace it. So this would be, what package were we in over here? Middleware? I think they want the request context, but I'm not honestly sure. What do you want me to do here? Okay, so I don't know what I pass for air though here. That's some of this is not. This is a lot of this is underspecified. I don't know if they're doing that on purpose, but I guess I'll just say there's not really air here, so I guess I'll just say errors dot new failed to log in or something. Or failed to authenticate. I don't know. I'm kind of frustrated by this course at the moment. I think I'm just frustrated at this point with just following courses, you know? I want to get back, I think, to building my own stuff. We've been doing this for like 90 days straight. So this one, there is an error, so we can pass that through. Oh, interesting. So you're wanting me to do... Interesting. Okay, so you want the message... Okay. Okay, let's go back here. So I see what I see the pattern now when I look at the test. Now I see what they want me to do. So you want me to do this. Errors dot new unauthorized. And then pass the r dot context. And this needs to be imported. How's the boot deving going? It's going fine. It's just turned into such a fucking grind, man. It's like the last 20 levels you have to like one course barely moves you a fucking level. It's their XP scale, in my opinion, is a little off. But I'm gonna keep grinding it. Hello, Foxmain. Sorry I missed your message earlier. Hey man, I work in big tech as I told in my country, and we struggle with PII leaks. Is there a MCP or AI agent that we can integrate to solve this issue before we get fired? No, Yusuf, I think likely any agent you integrate into that problem is just going to make the problem worse. I know management probably thinks, oh, we can just fix this with AI. I don't think AI is the right tool to fix PII leaks. That makes sense though. The higher your level, the less new things you get introduced to, I guess. I guess, man. It's just turned into such a grind, you know. That's I guess it's less of a boot.dev problem. It's more of a Steven problem at this point. But I know if I take a break from doing it, I'll probably never come back to it. So I'm just trying to grind it out. I like grinding things, sadly, like old school RuneScape. That's fair. I'm not the best at it. I can do it in Call of Duty when it comes to leveling up my guns. I don't mind it so much. Usually when I'm doing that, I'll usually just like I'll take my headphones off and I'll just listen to podcasts while I play, and I'll just play a bunch of multiplayer matches to level my guns, and that's fine. But yeah, my interests have started to wane a little bit here with this. But I set that goal, and I want to reach that goal. And I paid money to do it, so I'm not going to walk away from it at this point. All right, I think that's everything in this file. So let's do http.error. Oh, that's the only call that should exist. So now we have to go to our handlers. Okay. So this is going to be error r.context. Here. I'm gonna record my first YouTube video later, to once my kiddo goes to bed. Nice, dude. Gonna talk about a research paper released by the Republic of Singapore's Air Force. Talks about air traffic controller training with automated processes. Interesting. Huh. Is it working? Yeah, that's a curious research paper. You should definitely share the video in the Discord whenever you publish it. I'd be interested to learn more about it. Okay, so we got this guy, r.context, w, http status, internal server error, errors, new. Man, I really hope I'm doing this the right way, because if I have to go back to all these call sites and redo this is going to be such a pain in the ass. Oh crap, I forgot what the status code was here. So let's just do this. What? What's the problem? Too many arguments in call to http.error? No, there aren't. Should use format instead of errors.new. Oh, yep, you're right.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hey, thank you for becoming a member, man. That's super, super kind of you. That's totally unnecessary, but thank you very much. The training pipeline is proven, but I don't think it's widely implemented yet. The paper released in June of this year, a big focus was them creating a fine-tuned model focused on Singaporean. Huh. Very fascinating, man. I can't wait to hear about it. Can't wait for you to publish that video, dude. Yeah, that's the one. I had a meeting with one of my coworkers who's worked in ATC training here in America for like a decade or something. She's crazy smart, said we use some aspects they proved, but nice. Well, I've not heard anything about this, so it'll be news to me. Which means it makes for the best, I guess, thing for a YouTube video. Huh, that's crazy. Crazy if they can make that work. I figured that would be like one of the last places you would see something like text-to-speech used, just given the liability and the importance of safety, you know? Like how little mistakes can be tolerated in that world. So that's very surprising. Would have never guessed it. Would have never guessed it. Whoops. Oh, status, bad status. No, that's all right. It's not the actual ATC system that gets the TTS. It's the the training of the controllers. Ah, I see. I get you now. I get you now. Training to say how much of the sport. Okay, I see. This makes sense. I was thinking it had to do with like the actual, yeah, the actual air traffic control system, but you're saying it's the support system around that. They're trying to see if they can reduce the cost of any of the supporting staff, or make the supporting staff more efficient. Because one of the big bottlenecks in that world is the training, right? Like, I know they don't have enough, like here in the United States, I know we have a shortage of air traffic controllers, but there's also like, there's a lead time. No matter how many people you get into that line of work, there's a lead time because you got to train them, right? So that's probably a big bottleneck, that if you could figure out how to reduce the cost or increase the velocity of it. There's people working on all kinds of stuff, aren't there? Me, I'm just sitting over here tinkering with my open telemetry. This is a very painful refactor. It's like I'm basically just moving positional arguments around, but man, they're all in like just the wrong spot. Wonder if he did that on purpose when he was designing the course. Okay, http.error. No more. http.error should only show up in one place, and that is our helper. All right. Okay, replace. Yep, we did that. Now we need to go back to the middleware and update your request logger middleware to include the error from the log context in an error attribute if it exists. So each response error is logged once. Okay. Wonder how they want us to log it. Like that, maybe? Like that, maybe? Okay, let's try to build this. And now we're gonna see, oops. Yeah, make the supporting staff more efficient. They want instructors to be able to assist more trainees. Let's say it takes a group of 3 to 4 support. Yeah, that makes sense. That totally makes sense. Okay, now we're failing to read response body. Failed to fetch. Okay, what's the problem here? Well, son of a bitch, I made so many changes that okay. Well, that sucks. Request logger. So it's obviously when we're accessing this. So I guess we should probably check first, right? Log context dot error does not equal nil. We're appending a what's the problem here? Oh, we're missing a parentheses. Okay, let's try again now. Oh no. Okay, well, we're not getting the same error anymore. So what are we failing on? Error.stack trace. Is it saying, what is that error saying? It's saying it shouldn't find any. It's saying expect JQ query. It would really help if they would just write this in plain English. I don't know why they feel the need to express it with the JQ query. Expect. Okay, so you need a message with serve request, a path that equals API log, and a response status that equals 100, and a stack trace that equals null, and that should return false. I wonder if that's because of how I'm logging. Okay, there must be a way you're supposed to append this. Maybe like this, and then no value used as value. Message args. Error calls logger dot error on the default logger. You son of a bitch. Okay, I don't understand what it wants me to do. Log attributes. So maybe this with. Hey Cashnell, what's this chat box you're using? It is something called Term Chat. It's an application that I've been building myself. Combines YouTube and Twitch chat in your terminal. Pretty sweet. So I don't think that's what I want, because I think heck yeah, I'm a cyber analyst working into doing stuff like you. Oh, nice, very cool. Cyber's awesome. You probably already can run circles around me, I bet. Okay, I think that's what I want. Yeah, I think I actually have it correct now. So let's go back to, where were we? Request, yeah, request middleware, request, no. We were in, what the fuck did I call this? Middleware, yeah. Okay, so maybe that is what I want. All right, let's see if that works now. So let's go back over here. And let's try to build or run our submission again. Okay. Well, now I think we're failing on multiple things, but I think that's because it's a slog dot what? Any? No, it can't be any error. Nope. SOC analyst tier 2 is difficult at times, so super fun. That's awesome. Yeah, and SOC's super important to a lot of companies, you know? Oh, okay. Is it this? Here. Then we put this up here. I don't know. Maybe other people find this to be very obvious, but I do not find this to be obvious. Should be a string or a slog attribute or possibly missing key. Returns an attribute for a group value. Returns an attribute for a group value consisting of, that's what I want. Can we unpack them like that? Okay, group value. group returns an attribute for a group value. The first argument is the key. The remaining arguments are converted to attributes. So maybe it is slog.group that I want. So we do air group equals slog.group. Maybe that's what we're looking for. This still complains though. So let's try like that. I don't know, man. What the fuck? Have you figured out? No, I have not. I'm actually just, I've spent more time fighting with knowing what exactly boot.dev is asking me to do than actually doing anything. Which I guess lines up with real life, you know? You spend far more time trying to figure out what the fuck the requirements are supposed to actually be saying than actually implementing said requirements. You just blame the lead developer. I just learned so much about fence law. It's crazy. The fence on one side of my property is falling over. Nice. The things that you never thought you'd have to worry about as an adult. Fence law. Okay, so this returns... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how the fuck to do this, man. This is how I have it. I looked into sharing the cost of the fence with a neighbor and learned of all the solutions, that's the worst one. Nice. Interesting. That's really crazy. But I guess makes sense if you're contributing some of the cost. Ah, there we go. Now let's try again. Oh, I'm so fed up with this stupid fucking goal of mine. I want to be done with boot.dev. Let me go, boot.dev. Let me go. So that means one of us has to completely own the fence. Ah. I see. Crazy. Okay, I see error. So that looks good. So it looks like it's putting the right shape of stuff in there now. Thanks for listening to my TED Talk. No, I mean, that's crazy, man. I would have never known any of that myself. All right, let's look for 500 errors in here. So there's 500. And it's missing an error. So why would that be the case? The only real explanation is that for whatever reason, whenever that error occurs, this is not set. I guess let's look for internal server. So it looks like there's 3 places where that can happen. They're all wrapped with the right HTTP error. And they're all passing an error. So that's 162. Oh, these are all in the same file. So we can do http.status internal server error. Okay, so they're all passing an error through, and they're all using the right HTTP error method. But for whatever reason, it's not getting appended. Huh. I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay. Oh, I should be returning air here, shouldn't I? See if that fixes it. Nope. Uh... Well, yeah, so that's not gonna. So are you saying this should be up here somewhere? Is that what you're saying? No, I don't know what you're saying. I don't know. I'm so. Ugh. Still. Oh, what a fucking nightmare, man. Oh my gosh, dude. I cannot figure out what the fuck they want. Um, I'm gonna remove this check. No, it doesn't make sense to remove that check, because if error is nil, then it will break. We're gonna have to add some print statements. Log context is %v. Log error is, we're looking for a specific error. Okay, log is nil. Log context is nil. Log context is always nil. So why is log context always nil? Error is not found. Log context is nil. Error is not found. Error is crypto hash secret too short to be decrypted password. It doesn't make sense to me. The only thing that makes sense is that then the request context, the context that we're passing is not the right context. Which, now that I think about it, is actually probably correct. Well, no, it's not correct, because see, we are passing in the actual context itself. I think this AI is leading me astray. Gosh dang it. Excuse me. What level are you at on boot.dev? I am at level 96, I think. But I'm at this point, I'm so frustrated with it at the moment that I'm about ready just to quit the whole damn thing. Yeah, they're different. Log context pointer and request logger. They're pointing to different things. How is that possible? Oh, bummer. I'm thinking I'm going to try for 100 also just for the fun. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do for the fun of it, but like I cannot figure out what the hell they want in this particular lesson. Hey, what's up, Sharat? Long time no see. Oh my god, dude. Get the fuck out of here. These are not the same thing. Log context pointer is 280. I think the AI boots is leading me down a leading me on a farce right now. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. It's been a while since I've been this frustrated while programming. Okay. I'm gonna admit defeat. How do I get the solution? All right, here's the solution. Okay, well, I see definitely one thing different is they're using format errorf and I'm using errors.new. Don't know if that makes a difference. Let's look at, let's see, handlers. Okay. Server.go. Okay, they do slog append.any error log context.error. Okay, let's go through and change all our code to match theirs, and then we'll submit. Okay, they actually put their HTTP error in their server class. Oops. So get rid of you. they also put their log context in that class too. So that's fine, we can do that. Okay. And then here, what they did was they said log attributes equals that, but they did not use this. They actually used an any, like this. That's error. And then they just passed in the log context dot error. This. Oh, they didn't even use a group either. So that, what else did they do? Okay, and the handlers. I don't think this is going to make a difference. I think this is still going to be broken. Okay, I guess not. So, was it really just the use of slog.ini that changed it, I guess? I don't know. But I'm done standing around trying to figure it out. Now we're going to include a request ID. So how does our middleware get registered in here? So I guess we would need to take a... I have to do something like this, request ID. Like that. But we need to actually define that. Should not require a logger. This should be request ID. Hey, what's up, Nikhil? Nice to see you. Too many arguments in call to request ID handler. So we're gonna need you program a lot in Go. Do you ever consider when to use pointer or value types, or is that something you don't care about? It's not something I don't care about. I haven't been thinking a lot about it now because I've just been trying to complete the lessons, but usually the lens I filter it through is if it's like a big large object that I know I'm going to need to mutate in multiple places, then if it's a big large object, I'm probably going to use a pointer. If it's something that I need to be able to mutate in multiple places, basically have shared access, then it's probably going to be a pointer. If it's something small and something I just need to read, then it's probably going to be a value. That's kind of I guess the things that come through my mind when I think about that question. You know, because it doesn't make sense. If something's very large, then it probably doesn't make sense to be constantly copying it all the time, even if you're not going to mutate it. If you need to mutate it and have it other people know about those mutations, then it sort of needs to be a pointer. If it's small and you're only reading from it, then who cares if you copy it a whole bunch of times over and over again. So I guess those would be the things I would think about myself if I was writing code. But yeah, I've been writing a lot of Go because of boot.dev. Hello, Fanberg. Nice to see you. My old programming goal was to make features and improve my skills. My new programming goal is to figure out how to maintain my own code base without having to pay an AI provider for the rest of my life. That's not a bad goal. If you're just gonna mostly rely on AI to do most of that work for you, that would be, I would definitely be trying to remove the cost, as much of the cost from using AI as possible. Nikhil, hey, can you give me some advice on how one can build confidence in his skills? Like, I've been programming for almost over 3 years now, yet I don't have that confidence that is needed for interviews. I think a lot of it comes down to, a lot of that confidence I think just comes down to believing that you have the ability to solve a problem, right? And the only way that I know how to increase that is by solving more and more problems, right? And I also think it's helpful to reframe your, I think it's also helpful to reframe what you think is what makes a good engineer a good engineer. A good engineer doesn't necessarily know the solution to every problem. A good engineer just understands what's the right approach to arrive at the solution. So if you go into an interview and somebody asks you a question and you don't know the answer to it, that's okay to say, I don't know. I've never actually had any experience doing that. And then the way you demonstrate, I think, the engineering mindset is you explain when presented with a presented with a problem that I don't know the answer to, or I don't have experience to, what's the systematic approach I take to resolve that ambiguity or resolve that ignorance, right? Here's the steps I take. Here are the questions I ask myself. Because I think, you know, I guess in a lot of ways, that is what engineering is about, or what science is about. It's about not knowing and knowing how to make the unknown known, if that makes sense, Nikhil. So maybe if you attach your confidence less to always having the solution to the problem and attach your confidence more to your ability to break problems down and systematically work through them, maybe that will help increase your confidence a bit. I was always impatient about how fast I could make features. AI agents was a disaster waiting to happen. Yeah, I think a lot of people, I think that's one of the most addictive things about coding with AI is the speed. Yeah, the speed is very addictive because it's just so much faster at generating the code. Can I make good code with the help of agents? Absolutely. Can I also turn off my brain and prompt, go make feature, and then very lazily review it because I'm a bottleneck? Yes. Nice. Well, that dude, I've got nothing to say. If you're happy, I'm happy. Will you still be live at around 1 p.m.? Probably, yeah. Yeah, I've been live for, how long have I been live for? 2.5 hours, yeah. Yeah, I'll probably keep going. I'd really like to get this course done, is what I'd like to do. That's what I'd like to do. I don't know how much further. I need to look and see how much further I have to go. I'll be interviewing for internships at my university in about 2 months, and I'm grinding daily, but it's just so much so that now for even entry-level roles, you need to be cracked at programming. Do you need to be cracked at programming now, though? Because everybody seems to be telling us we just need to use agents. So I don't know. I mean, I haven't interviewed. It's been, my last interview was July of last year. July or June of last year. So I haven't interviewed in a while, so I'm not really sure what the landscape looks out there. I'm just going off what I hear secondhand on the internet, but maybe you don't have to be as cracked as you think you need to be now. Maybe you can just say, maybe you can talk in high levels and just explain how you would use Claude Code to fix the problem. Fanberg, I'm not happy about the tech debt and cognitive debt I accumulated, but my program is happy. Well, that's good, man. Yeah, no complaints here. Sweet, I want to be the first person to watch your stream on a plane using Starlink. That would be cool. Yeah, that would be cool. If I'm still live and you're connected via Starlink, let us know. Sir Elfman, if you're in web dev, I'd be worried about AI. In other areas, AI is pretty lackluster right now. Interesting. That's an interesting perspective. Vanberg, you are mentally strong. Me? I mean, I like to think of myself as being pretty mentally strong. Or mentally disciplined. But I think there's also a group of people now that seem to be wanting to tell us that none of that stuff matters anymore, you know? So maybe it doesn't matter anymore. Maybe we should all just be optimizing for reliance on Claude. There we go. A lot of times when I think about this stuff, a lot of times I imagine I'm having a conversation, you know, with my sons. What would I advise my sons? What would I tell my 10-year-old and 8-year-old? What would I tell my 15-year-old and 13-year-old? Like, how would I, you know, if they're 20 and 20, that's a lot of times when I think about this stuff, I try to feed it through the lens of that lens, you know? And I don't want to look at my sons and tell my sons, you shouldn't build your own competencies. That doesn't seem like good advice. Or yes, you should be completely and utterly reliant on using AI to do your job. Like it just doesn't sound right. So I'm trying to find the right middle ground between those things, you know? And I'm not sure yet there is one. Outsourcing to a single point of failure. Love it. Yeah, that's always worked out really well in the past, hasn't it, Kevin? I've been using Fable for low-level tasks, and it's a disaster. Nice, nice. It's very interesting because if you hear people talk about Fable on other places in the internet, it's like a digital god, apparently. Yeah, I don't know. I think I don't know if it's so much that AI is good at web dev. I just think AI is good at basically anything it's seen a whole bunch in its training data, and I think web dev is pretty prolific in terms of what's available. So I'm sure a lot of that has shown up in its training data. I did some research and talked with my seniors, and the current job market is really shit now. Like, they expect you to be expert at DSA, CS fundamentals, system design, AI, ML. My brain hurts. Yeah. Well, those are just unrealistic expectations. So hopefully through interviewing enough and applying enough, you can find somebody who's willing to understand that. You know, you're a student, you're a junior, right, or senior, or whatever, in college, and you're trying to get your first job, and hopefully they won't try to filter you through that sort of a lens. Vanberg, I'd tell him to build a bunker. I don't think that's very good advice either, but it could be useful. 100% know how to program, yeah. You can't use AI if you don't know how to program in the industry. I agree with you, Sir Elfman. And I don't just see that in computer science, but I feel like I see that in any industry. The people who are getting the most out of using artificial intelligence to accelerate their work are people who already know how to do the work. Fable is really slow. It feels like they're stealing money by thinking for 7 minutes on a single question. Huh. Very interesting. Kevin, the job interview I just did was an entry-level software engineering position, and you don't need to be cracked. Just think critically, that's all. Well, that's heartening to hear. Maybe, Nikhil, you can take some reassurance from that. Kazaa, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate that. 100% they're doing some scam scheme because I think they're low on cash. I think we're coming to the end of the free cash era of this market, and I think that's why Anthropic is looking to go public. I think OpenAI is trying to work through how they get their books in order to file their S1 officially. I think the ability to raise private funds has dried up for those labs, and they're going to try to turn to the public markets for sure. All right, we need to check, and if ID equals an empty string, then we're going to do what? We're going to set it. Okay, then we're gonna do header set. We're gonna set X request ID. This actually should be an assignment, and then we're gonna do header. Oh no, we're gonna call next.serve. We'll pass our writer and our reader. That. And then we actually need to attach it. So we're gonna attach here. They want us to call it request ID. Oops. Sometimes AI does some task and I think to myself, I'm cooked. Then another task, I think I deserve a refund for what it just did. Yeah, that seems to be the way of generative artificial intelligence. I still think that's why I believe, who is it? LeCun, the guy that used to be head of Meta, Meta's artificial intelligence initiative. I think LLMs are not gonna. I think LLMs are obviously a very powerful tool, and I think that it's very useful when it comes to software engineering or generating any sort of text. But I don't think it's going to be the thing that gets us to the intelligence that we all want to have at our disposal. You know, I think there has to be some other breakthrough or some other step change, and I think that's why a lot of the researchers from like these large labs are leaving and going to do their own thing. I think is because I think a lot of the companies now are focused on how do we productize and monetize the LLM technology, and I think a lot of these researchers, we've reached a point in the cycle where they know we need to sort of go back to the research cycle, because we're going to need another innovation or another breakthrough to drive the next step change. Like, I think that's why Demis Hassabis largely stepped back from his role and into a more of a chief scientist role. I think that's why all those engineers from Google left to go start their own thing. Yeah, I just don't think LLMs are going to be the thing, you know. Yeah, Jan LeCun, yeah. You took classes with Jeffrey Hinton? That's crazy. That's crazy. What was he like? Was he really, really smart? Could you tell he was like this genius? Generally, when AGI is reached, I'm completely useless. What I'm even meant to be spending my time on doing in this reality, just consume AI generated content 24/7. No, I don't think so. I think you should live your life the way you want it, you know, build a life that brings you happiness and peace, and you're excited to get up and live it every day, you know? Oh, I see. You took classes from him. I thought you were like a similar age as him. That's funny. Very cool though. That's very cool to be able to say you did it. Did that. He taught very well. Oh, that's awesome. You know, that's awesome, because sometimes really smart people aren't always the best teachers, or the people who know the most in their field aren't always the best at communicating it. So that's pretty cool that he's very, very accomplished, but also a great teacher. So that's good. He also taught us graphics and programming techniques in the AI course. Huh. Very cool. Yeah, I don't have any of that formal education. All right, we're on. Oh my god, dude, check this out. We are so far from being done with this course. We're on chapter 7 and there's 12 chapters. Goodness gracious. That's pretty cool, man. Showed you how to rotate a pencil. Doesn't sound super interesting on the surface, but yeah, I bet the underlying techniques were super interesting. Let's see, your team is debating where to send your application's logs. One engineer wants to just log to the console. Another wants to write files on disk. A third wants to use a cloud logging service like Datadog or CloudWatch. What are the trade-offs of each approach? Are there situations where one makes more sense than others? Okay. Let's see. Logging to the console. It's fine, but not super helpful when you want to retro actively inspect logs for issues, for help diagnosing issues, writing to a file offers persistence. But obviously, if you are working in a distributed system, now you've got logs split across machines, which might make investigating issues a bit more of a chore. Datadog, CloudWatch services, or those like them, are great for aggregating everything in one place, but then you've got to deal with the cost and training associated with them. I think a lot of the choice around the right destination for logs depends on use case for those logs, expected storage needs, expected retention needs, and what kind of budget you are working with. All right, now we're gonna log to the console. Let's see, upgrade the console logger to a development-friendly handler. When initializing your standard air logger, use tent.newTextHandler instead of slog.newTextHandler to add colors. Set the no color option on the tent to true. Okay, verify that running the app in a terminal. Produce colorized output, then redirecting standard air to a file. We can do this. I might make a tutorial on how to do X, and then all I do in that tutorial is then you open up Claude and type how to do X and then end it there. That would actually be a really funny, what would you call that? Comedy, what would be the term for that? Parody? That would be a really funny parody YouTube channel, right? Maybe you could follow one of the big popular YouTube creators out there in the programming space, and every time they publish a how-to video, you just publish a how-to video that's prompting Claude. It'd be kind of funny. Where you checked instructions in syntax code for command any. SMS, I don't know what you're saying. I apologize. That message doesn't make sense to me. Using Euler rotations, huh? I'm not familiar with Euler rotations. But very cool. Very cool experience. Maybe one day I'll be able to take some formal computer science classes. Maybe that'll be part of my retirement. Go back to school. Okay, what are we doing? Copy, go get. Whoops. Oh my god, dude. Fucking hate that. When initializing your standard error text logger, okay. I don't think I have a standard error text logger. I think you made that up. Request logger initialize initial. Yeah, both of mine are JSON loggers. I guess that shouldn't be the case. So use tint.new text logger. Tint. I guess that doesn't have this option anymore. Huh. Interesting. So they use the same slog types. That's interesting. I guess we can rename this too, because now this is a tint handler. Set the no color option to true. If you're not in a TTY environment, use both. So let's say use color. If is so I guess no var. Well, actually, we do this. No color starts false, I guess. And then we should say like that. These are expecting something to be passed. Return true at the file descriptor. So how do we pass? OS standard out.fd. os.standard out.fd. Oh, I guess this should be standard error, shouldn't it? And then we'll say no color. Wait, no, enable it. So it's disabled by default. So no color means true. That's not confusing polarity at all. Like that. Verify that running the app in a terminal produces colorized output, and that redirecting standard error to a file produces output without color escape codes. Okay, so we're gonna do link go. Success. Oh, there's our color. Nice. Doesn't help that my terminal is just a tiny little window. Why do we use a buffer writer when logging to a file? To improve performance by batching multiple writes to disk. Oh boy, now we're gonna be talking about some log rotation. All right, I'm gonna get a drink and a snack real quick. I'll BRB. What's up, Abdullah? How are you? I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go grab a drink real quick. Man, I about crashed out earlier on stream. I mean, you could probably argue I did crash out a little bit. I'm gonna blame it on not eating anything. I'll be right back. Abdullah, I don't really remember you that well. I apologize. Before 1 year, I was talking with you about computer majors and programming. So I told you my major applied mathematics. You changed your major into CS. Nice. Really happy with that. I need some advices from you all, guys. I probably do not have any good advice because I don't know where that world's going any more than anybody else. But if you're happy and you're excited and you're learning, I'm happy for you. All right. Thanks, Steven. Of course, man. Yeah, I'm excited for you. I wish I had more concrete advice to offer you. Obviously, if you have questions, I'm always happy to share my thoughts, but I think you always have to take other people's advice with kind of a grain of salt because one, they may not have enough context of you and your situation to really offer helpful advice. And two, your goals might not be their goals. And three, they might not have ever been where it is you want to go. So, you know what I mean? Yeah. But I'm very happy to hear from you. So I guess that would be my advice. My advice would be find yourself somebody who's been where you want to go and get their thoughts. Probably get thoughts from multiple people if you can. Okay, we need to add this package. So what you working on? I have been working on boot.dev. So boot.dev, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's like it's a gamified learning platform for learning how to do software engineering. And one of my goals that I set like 2 or 3 months ago was I want to get to level 100 on boot.dev. So that's what I've been grinding. I'm sitting at level 96 right now is what I'm sitting at. So I'm close. But man, it's been a slog, let me tell you. It has been a slog. Oh, we should probably... Is my doing message up to date? Yeah, it's up to date. Okay, let's see. We need to replace buffio.newWriter set up in the initial logger. Okay. We can do that. Initialize logger. So if you graduated before, what was your major in? My major was in biochemistry. This is my very expensive piece of paper. But yeah, it was in biochemistry. I originally thought I wanted to be a A doctor. Oh God, I'm not gonna be able to hang this back up. Okay, that's gonna fall. I shouldn't have taken it off the wall. This was a mistake. I think that looks straight. Roughly. But yeah, I got a degree in biochemistry. The error uncleared a while ago. Error.ini. SMS, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're talking about. A doctor of programs? I guess that's what I kind of am now, but yeah. I thought originally I wanted to be a medical doctor, and then I worked in the ER for 3 years as a medical scribe, and turned out I did not want to do that. Everything works out for a reason, though, you know? Don't need this guy anymore. Don't need this guy. I'm gonna rename this actually. Rename this to handler. Remove that. Remove that. And this is going to be the logger. And I'm actually going to name it something different. I'm going to call it lumberjack logger. Lumberjack logger, like that. Hey, Tookie. Good to see you. So here we'll call lumberjack.close. We can actually probably just do this, huh? And we can probably actually move all of this closer to the instantiation. So let's move that down here. And then we should check, and we should say we should only do this if the linko log file does not equal an empty string, then we'll do that. Otherwise, lumberjack logger is a star lumberjack. Yep. And we should only do this if it's not nil. So we should say if lumberjack logger is not nil, Let's do close logger error, just error, like that. That way we only actually use the file or the lumberjack logger if they actually did explicitly set that environment variable. So how was your start in programming? So I started, my first exposure to computer programming was when I was actually in school for my biochemistry degree. I needed electives to round out my credits. And so my senior year, the fall of my senior year and the spring of my senior year, I took computer programming 1 and computer programming 2, and those were taught in C#. And it was just a curiosity of mine, and I loved it. Like I remember staying up like till super early in the morning working on homework assignments and stuff, and I loved it. It was all taught in C#, and I had to use Visual Studio. And this would have been in like 2014, 2015. Yeah, so yeah, 2014. So I don't even know if Visual Studio ran on a Mac, and I had a MacBook, but I needed a Windows PC basically to do all this homework on. So my father-in-law, luckily enough, had a PC that he needed to get rid of that he gave me. And I did all, I wish I had kept all that code, because I don't have any of it. I don't even have that computer anymore. But yeah, that was my first exposure to it. And then I didn't really think about it again until 2018, 2019. I was already working as a food scientist, but I had had both my kids at this point. And I was thinking about work that I could do that was a little bit closer to home and didn't require so many hours. So I started taking courses from Duke University on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and I took that course. And then I didn't really do anything with it again until 2021. In 2021, I had actually gotten a job at a tech company as a support analyst. And I decided when my son started school, I decided I was going to commit myself to picking up a new skill set, and I picked computer programming. And that's when I got very serious about it. And basically, I don't know, every day since, I don't know, sometime in the fall of 2021, I've probably written, I don't know, 2 to 4 hours of code or more every day since. And it's just become kind of part of my life, something I do. It's kind of like working out for me, you know, it's just something I do every day. I really enjoy it a lot. I made a video too, if you're interested in a longer story. I made a whole video on my YouTube channel called How I Learned to Code, if you want the longer story. But it was good. Very happy I discovered the enjoyment that I can get from building things. It's kind of a double win for me, because I enjoy the activity in and of itself purely just for the activity's sake. But then at the end of the day, you also get something useful out of it, yeah, it's good. Let's see, we have to copy spam homepage.sh. Yeah, I was a little probably longer of a story than what you wanted, huh? But yeah, that's... Okay, now we need to run the server, I think. And then we need to run chmod spam homepage, and then we need to actually spam it. Oh man, it is spamming it. How long am I supposed to run it for? Does it ever stop? I don't know if it ever stops. Oh yeah, it does. Okay, whoops, it does. It's 3,500. Let's try again. I'll watch it. Yeah. Thank you very much for showing some love to my content. Appreciate that. We're almost done. There we go. I'll go ahead and submit our... Hopefully this works. Yay. What's the main limitation of Go's built-in log syslog package? Let's see, log before cloud logging services, we had syslog. Oh, long before. It was developed in the 1980s and is still widely used. Originally, syslog was both a log ingestion program and a protocol. We mostly care about the protocol, now implemented by many servers and clients. Syslog server accepts logs from the network or a Unix socket, then writes them to a file. Since version 1, Go has shipped with log syslog, but it does not do everything you'd expect from a package named syslog. Its capabilities are limited and gets little attention these days. Notably, it does not support structured logging. Oh, that's too bad. I use the slog syslog package. It provides a logs log handler that targets syslog. Okay, what is the main limitation of Go's built-in? Does not support structured logging. Okay, you're reviewing a pull request from a junior developer. Their code adds logging to a new database connection helper. Connecting to database. DSN. I'm not sure what DSN is. The DSN variable is a standard Postgres SQL connection string read from environment variables. What's wrong with this code, and what are some possible ways to address your concerns? Well, I think the biggest thing is the connection string might have sensitive data in it. Let's see. The biggest issue I see is that the connection string likely contains the users, the user credentials for the user we are allowing our application to connect to the database as. Probably don't want to be having these credentials persisted into logs wherever those logs are going. How would we fix it? Here's how I'd fix it. Here's how I'd fix it. If it was me, I would represent the connection string as a strongly typed object. I'd at application startup parse the string from the environment variable into that object. My application would then make use of that object. I would then expose methods on the object that clearly I would expose methods on the object Well, I guess I would do two things. I would then expose method or properties, or I guess we're in Go, fields or methods on the type that allows the caller to retrieve the connection string details. More than likely, I'd also overload the string method to avoid to restrict printing, to restrict. I don't know if I really need to put that on there. This would allow you to log the important information about the connection string, but also make it explicit if someone was to actually log a username or a password. Let's see if Boots likes that. We'll see. They're happy with it. Yeah, I think I would probably, I'd probably have a strongly typed object, and then I would probably have individual fields to represent each part of the connection string. I'd probably overload the string method so that it creates the connection string, but maybe it strips out the username and password, or I'd have some sort of method that like safely logs it, right? Like maybe you could have a log method that safely converts it to what should be logged. I don't know, something like that. But basically just try to make it plainly obvious if you are logging things you shouldn't be logging, or make it easy not to log the things you shouldn't be logging. Hey, Winterwind, good to see you. Abdullah, can you tell us about your computer setup? Yeah, so I can, my computer setup's not very like high tech or special or anything. Let's see, split plane up. So this is these are the specs of my computer. It's got an older i7 processor, and then it has some integrated graphics, so no dedicated graphics card. It does have probably the most notable thing about it. It's got a nice heavy amount of RAM. We also have 2 terabytes of storage. That's what you see here. These other drives are other things. This is an external, this is on my NAS. This is my Google Drive, locally represented. I can't remember what this one is. I think this one might be video archives. Yeah, I think that's what this is. My video archives. Yeah, so that's my computer setup. And then as far as like how I stream, I have a 32-inch vertical monitor over here. I have a 27-inch monitor in front of me, and then a 27-inch monitor off to the right. And they're nothing special or anything to write home about. What are you learning? I am currently going through boot.dev courses to try to get to level 100. And today's course, or the course that we're currently on, is all about OpenTelemetry and logging and metrics and tracing. So we need to go to our HTTP error handler. And it wants us to do what? So for all, replace the raw error text for 401, 403, and 500 responses with a generic status message from http.statustext. Okay. So I guess we'll call this error message or error text. How about that? Error text equals this. That's what we'll do down here. And then we'll do a quick check. We'll say if the status equals http.status unauthorized or status equals, I guess we could also switch, couldn't we? Yeah, let's do a switch. Switch on the status. And we'll do case 401, case 402, 403. Default will do nothing. So for these cases, we need to get the status text. Status text equals, take in our status. We'll just overwrite that. Maybe we can force this to fall through, right? Like we can do fall through. I think that'll work. And keep storing the full log on the log context. We're doing that. We're doing that. All right, now we need to restart our server. Dev submit. Hey, what's up, Sir Bomble? How are you? Is there an assembly course on the website? I don't think boot.dev has an assembly course. I don't know who teaches assembly these days. I think maybe low level. Maybe low level has a course on it or some YouTube videos on it. I remember watching a Primeagen stream where he learned assembly like in a day, which is absolutely amazing. So maybe that would be a good reference. Although I think his VODs are, I think you have to be a member of his channel to go back and watch old streams, if I remember right. I discovered a website called Cody Tech. Looks fun. Duolingo for programmer, I would say. Oh, very cool. Cody Tech, huh? Interesting. I think my next educational thing that I want to take a look at is Mark Rober's Hack Pack. I want to do some stuff with maybe some hardware. I think that would be a lot of fun. I've never really messed around with any of that stuff. Yeah, it's I think it's kind of oriented towards like, I mean, I don't think he is making it for a 33-year-old dad, but I thought it would be fun to get it for myself, but also maybe that my kids would be interested in doing it too. So I think that would be something fun for us to maybe do together, or if they don't really want it, I still can do it and have fun, but if they do enjoy it, then it's something that we can do together. It's a little expensive, but it's about the same price as doing boot.dev. I mean, boot.dev was $280, and I think his hack pack for a 6 month yearly plan is about the same. I think it's a little bit more expensive, but kind of in the same ballpark. Which of the following log statements is the safest to ship to production? This one. How do you say that word? Obfuscation? Say Jimbo. Obfuscation?
Obfuscation. Obfuscation.
Obfuscation. It's a funny word. All right, write a redact IP helper function that takes an address string, which may include a port, and replace the final octet of any IPv4 address with X. Use net.splithost port and net.parseIP to parse the address. Non-IPv4 addresses should be returned unchanged. Update the client IP field in your request logger middleware to pass our remote address through redact IP before logging. Key. Let's put it right here. We're gonna call it func redact IP. And this will take the address, which is going to be a string, and it's going to return a string. Okay. And then it wants us to use net.splitHostPort and net.parseIP. So this would be host port error. Now, if there's an error, I'm not sure what I'm guessing if there's an error, we should probably just, I'm guessing we should just return an empty string because we couldn't properly redact it. I honestly don't know. Or should we turn the action? Yeah, that's probably the most defensive thing to do. Just return an empty error. And then...
Redacted.
Investing a lot. That's another funny word too. We're obfuscating and redacting. Investing a lot of time in assembly and C language, then gonna return to C# and check how my understanding changed. That's an interesting path to take, Winterwind. I think you'll be better for it. Based on what I've heard other people say. Oh, Winterwind, that only works for it only works for members and subscribers. It's kind of like a thank you, kind of like it's a command. I'm trying to make things to basically say like thank you to people who, you know, support one of my channels in some way, and that's one of the things that I added was for them to have kind of unlimited text to speech. Okay, what does this IP thing have on it? Is loop back? Oh, that's kind of nice. There's a lot of methods on here.
Push pop.
Oh, if it's not nil. There you go. Jim Bob can, or Sir Bomble can say it for you. I can't subscribe from Russia due to restrictions, but definitely going to find a workaround. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I didn't know you were in Russia. And I didn't know that you couldn't subscribe if you're in Russia. I'll try to find a solution for that. Like, if you want to support the channel in that way, I'll try to think of how I could basically find some other way to keep track of people who want to be a channel member, but we just need to represent you as a member. I'm sure there's a way we could do it. Even if we have to maintain our own, like our own database or something. Or maybe there's already existing solutions out there. Can't donate, can't subscribe. I'm sorry, dude. That probably sucks too for other creators, because I'm sure there's other people much more entertaining and valuable to you to support than me. That sucks. So this, if IP is not nil, or no, if it is nil, if IP is nil, then let's return an empty string as well. How do I check to see if an IP is IPv6? I like your chill vibe and your enthusiasm. This channel deserves a lot more subs. Well, that's very kind of you to say, man. I don't know if I deserve any more subs, but that's very kind of you. Oh, here we go. Converge the IPv4 address IP to a 4-byte representation. If the IP is not an IPv4 address, returns nil. So we could do something like is IPv4. And this would be IP to 4. And if that does not equal nil, if not, or we could actually, hold on, let's do this, is IPv6. Then we can just return it according to what they've specified. Otherwise, we need to mask. So does this IP, does this IP class have any way to work with it to manipulate? It doesn't look like it. So I guess down here we can just assume we have the IPv4 which means we can do we can do parts equals strings dot split address, split it on the period, and then we'll say give me this. So we'll say return we want parts up to, we want 0, 1, 2. So I think we need up to 3. Then we need to add strings.join. That. Then we need to add back the port. And then we need to use that.
Sir Bomble is telling you to lift some weights.
I can do that. Hey, Yashkin Code, thank you for sticking around and watching so many of my streams. Very kind of you. How long do you stream? I'll probably, not usually this long. I'll probably stream for another 20
Sir
minutes
Bomble
or
is
so.
telling you to drink some coffee.
I can do that. Also, did my term chat application die? No, there we go. Oh, you didn't cut me off. You didn't cut me off at all. But yeah, usually I stream for a couple hours each morning, 2-3 hours in the morning during the week, and then on the weekends it's usually about the same, or I just go until I feel like I want to stop. Yeah, obviously on the weekends, like my schedule's a little bit more my own than during the week. All right, kettlebell's been lifted. Coffee has been drank.
Sir Bomble is telling you to drink some coffee.
You probably have a lot of points stored up. Yeah. Let's see. Redact IP. See what happens. Oh goodness. Let's see what my access logs actually. Oh, I forgot to replace it with the X. Whoopsies. Redact. it should be this. Just fucking around till my flight takes off. Oh, that's awesome that you're getting ready to fly. Where are you flying to? What are you doing? Traveling? Fun? Are you traveling for business or pleasure, as they say? Fuck. Oh yeah, the job interview. That's right. Very cool. Okay, so they do not want the port added back, okay. They do not want the port. So I guess we'll just ignore that. Oops, it's not. Nice. Okay, now we need to filter some logs. Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. It's cool that they flew you out there and they're flying you back. That's awesome. I really hope you end up getting the job.
Bro's just goated like that.
Oh, me? No, I'm not goated. No. Yeah, there's definitely nothing goated about me. All right, so we need to add a security filter to our replace attribute function. Well, that's good, man. That's good. Then it was well worth your effort to make the flight and everything, do the travel. Yeah, I hope you get back great news. I'll be thinking about it, man. I'll be sending good vibes your way. Also check string values for URLs that contain embedded passwords using url.parse and url.user. Redact the password option if present. Treat usernames as sensitive in this lesson too by adding the user key to your sensitive key list. Make a login request and shorten a URL that contains embedded credentials. Then verify both the password field and the URL embedded password are redacted. Okay. Let's see what happens. Okay. So where is that? That's in my, is that main? I think it's in main. Replace, yeah. Okay. So you want me to do what? If a.key equals error, otherwise return a. Okay. So then let's also, I guess, do the check for the attributes we want to sanitize. So we'll do attribute keys to sanitize, or yeah, to redact. Let's do redact. And then this is going to be a string slice. And it wants us to redact password, key, API key. Wants us to redact the secret, the PIN, credit card number. This probably should be a configurable thing. You know, you'd probably put this in like a config file or something, and that way you could alter what things you want to redact or not redact. Replace its values with redacted. Okay, use slices.contains to check the key against your list. Also check values for URLs that contain embedded passwords. Okay, so if strings dot contains attributes and a dot key. So if that is the case, we are going to return slog string, and this will be a dot key, and then redacted. I don't know why I keep wrapping brackets around it. What do you mean? Cannot use variable of type string as string value. Oh, I think this is supposed to be slices, isn't it? Slices. There you go. But we also need to check URL, it says. Also check string values for URLs that contain embedded passwords. Huh. So I wonder how you do that. URL dot, what is URL user? URL, okay, so username, password information. Okay, so I think what they're asking me to do is to do this. I think what they're asking me to do is they're asking me to say, if that is the case, then yes. They're also asking me to check the value to say if a dot value, right? And I think what they want me to do is, because this returns any, so we need to typecast it. Value is value string equals
Hello from 5,700 feet.
Hey, what's up, man? You made it on. That's awesome. You have a Starlink plan? That's awesome, dude. That's badass. The first person ever. Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. So I think what we have to do, is this a method or a property? So that's a property. So I think what we have to do is we have to say string returns values value. String never panics. Returns V's kind. Okay, so we could probably do slog dot kind string. Yeah, we'll do this kind string. So if it is value string, so if I'm gonna do if value is string. If value is string, then we want to return slog.string a.key. Oh, actually, maybe not. Maybe we don't do that. If it is a string, then we need to check if it's a URL. So we need to say error equals URL dot parse. And we're going to pass in a.value string. If error equals does not equal nil, well then it's not a URL, we don't care about it, so we'll just return a. There's probably a better way to write this, isn't there? Value is string. String is URL. How about that? We don't need to do the parsing unless we know it's a string, so that doesn't make sense to do yet. So we'll return a. If we have a URL, then we need to make sure the password and the username get redacted, right? Okay, so then we would do this, I think. If we do have a URL, the only thing we need to do is we just need to make sure that url.user.password we can set this, right? Yeah. Doesn't look like we can override it, but we could say url.userinfo. What's this type? Yeah, url.userinfo. Is that not a type we have access to? Guess not. So how do we mutate that in a safe way? Now you can say someone watched your stream from an airplane. Now I can. Yeah. I'm building up a list of 2 truths or a lie, you know? Relished Nori. Hey, nice username, man. Very clever. Best markets for software engineers or general tech people? I don't know what exactly you're asking, Relish Nori. Do you mean like now is the best like job market for software engineers or people who work in tech? I wonder. Okay, so we should do this. If url.userinfo Okay. So I don't know how to construct a new user info. Yeah, 350 megabytes per second down is crazy. I mean, that's crazy. On an airplane? That's wild. Okay. So it looks like you do it like this. URL.userinfo equals URL.user password, but I don't see that method. That method is not there, bro. Oh, it's because, you know what it is? I'm an idiot. Parsed URL. It's because that is shadowing the module name. Gotta hate that. Python does that too, doesn't it? So URL now will show us what we want, which is user password, that one. So now we want the same user name, parsed URL dot user name, but we're gonna do redacted here. There we go. And then we'll return slog dot string a dot key, and then we'll take the parsed URL and turn it into a string. Okay. Submit. Relish. More specifically, if you were to target a couple of states with solid opportunity for tech, which would you choose while raising children, etc.? Much love. Let's see. If I was to pick a state, I don't know, honestly. I mean, I've only ever worked in the tech field here in the Kansas City area, so I don't have very good I don't have super great knowledge of many other markets. Going off of what little information I do have, I know I wouldn't pursue anything in Silicon Valley, and I probably wouldn't pursue anything that requires me to work in big tech at the moment. I think if it was me, I would try to look for tech roles in established businesses that are not related necessarily to directly producing technology products, right? So think of working for like somebody like, you know, if you still wanted to work for a big company, you could work for somebody like Merck, right? Big shipping company, or you could work for like big hospital groups, maybe healthcare groups, right? Those are the healthcare sector is ever growing, and they have an ever increasing reliance on technology. What else? Manufacturing, if you can get in with a company that's produces some sort of physical product or good. But yeah, that's probably what I would look for if it was me. I probably wouldn't target tech jobs at tech companies in this current climate. But as far as like what particular city or place, I don't know. I'm not super well. And any statements I make would be just out of my ass, you know? Okay, this says it was expecting redacted. Is there any redacted? Yeah, there's one there. But they were expecting user to be redacted. Oh, so did I miss that in the instructions? I must have just missed that in the instructions. Where did I just write that code? There we go. I think it wants me to add a user here, which seems silly, but oh no. Error contains redacted cannot be applied to null. So it's checking for something in long URL. Oh, that's because it's not being logged as long URL. I wonder if this it? Is this the log? I think that was it. Okay, let's try again. So which one am I failing now? Okay, expect jQuery any API login response status user equals redacted to yield value satisfying bool equals true. So this is returning false currently. So let's look at our logs. Well, what the hell? Oh, that's the wrong. Sorry, that's the wrong. We're just not replacing it with the right text. It should be brackets. This is why you should write unit tests. So you don't have to do shit like this. I sent proof of the flight in Discord. Oh, nice. You rock, dude. You rock, man. Hope the flight is going well. Filthy potatoes out here printing stuff. That's how he's spending his Saturday morning. 3D printing. Okay, we're making progress slowly but surely. We're on chapter 8 and we have 12 chapters of this course. It's crazy. Oh, whoops. I wasn't paying attention to stream.place chat. Sorry. I'm gonna fix that by building a client for it in my terminal chat app, and then hopefully we won't have that problem. Sorry about that. I bet those people are long gone. Yo, I'm sorry about not having good support for stream.place chat. Also forgot to pull it up to monitor. Not sure I'll have a good solution for the commands not working, but going to try to build a client for stream.place chat so it shows up in my terminal chat app. Okay. I do not 3D print. I'd like to try it though. Our library here provides free resources for 3D printing, so I'd like to give it a go at some point, but I've never tried myself. Sick. We have one at our library also. Might also have to try it out. I'm bad at modeling though. Yeah, I have no idea how to actually create the models because I could probably, I guess, download existing ones, but I have no idea how to actually like generate the thing you want to print. I think step one would just be figuring out how to take an existing file and get it printed at the library, and then maybe I can then learn how to use some software or whatever to generate my own. Oh, I think this would be helpful. This is just me. A lot of people use Fusion 360 or Onshape. I've never heard of either of those. That's the software? Nice. Yeah. You like that? I'm pulling a Kyle move over here. What does the query endpoint do? Oh. I'm not going to do what they're saying here. I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to do... I'm going to run this over here. Get that frat flick going. Now I need a backwards hat. Prometheus, yeah. Caffeine and nicotine. Ah, yes, power of the gods. That's so funny. Yeah, the nicotine, the dip, it takes me back, man. I never was into it myself, but I remember playing baseball in high school, you know, like freshman year, sophomore year, as soon as those guys picked up that habit, all my friends. Okay, so now we should be able to do Docker compose upd. I don't touch that stuff anymore now that I've graduated out of the frat life. Yeah. Yeah, I've just never, I mean, other than caffeine, that's been my only real drug of choice. But yeah, I just the sights and smell of dip. It takes me back to a time in my life for sure. Yeah. Okay, now that we have that set up, we should be able to now run this. I don't drink either. Yeah, I've never been a big alcohol consumer. My wife and her family do quite a bit, and my family does too, my brother and sister and stuff, but my dad and his side of the family have a really bad history of alcoholism, real bad. And so I've just decided, I guess, two things. One is I've never really liked the idea of taking a substance in that kind of puts you outside yourself, kind of like takes you out of yourself in a way. That never really appealed to me. And then my dad and his family have a real bad history of alcoholism, and I've just decided, you know, there's no reason to tempt fate there. You know, probably don't need to repeat the mistakes of other people. Just learn from their mistakes. I drank way too much in college. I mean, I think a lot. I think that's probably for most people the heaviest times, right, of alcohol consumption. Just a lifestyle. Just a lifestyle, you know. Boots wants to interview me now. Definitely slowed down. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy. I mean, it's funny, like alcohol has been like this thing that's been with humanity forever now, right? For a really long time. But it is kind of funny that it is basically like you're ingesting a poison in a lot of ways. Like a poison that makes you feel good, and then the next day it makes you feel horrible. I guess there for a while though, right? Like at a period of time in history, alcohol was probably safer to drink than water at some point in time, just given like sanitary conditions that you lived in. Okay, what do you want to know? Yeah, 100. Yeah, 100, yeah, exactly. Which is kind of weird to think about, right? It's like it became a staple in humanity's daily existence, right? And it was really like out of necessity in some ways. Okay, you're on call. You get pays at 3 a.m. because your team's API is running sporadic 500 errors. You check the application logs and see no space left on device. What system level metrics could have alerted you to this problem before users were affected? And how would you set up monitoring to prevent it from happening again? Okay, that log leads me to believe that the location where we are writing what appear to be temporary cache files has exceeded whatever the underlying storage. Has exceeded whatever the amount of storage the underlying file system has been allocated. We could, assuming for instance this is a file system on disk, set up some sort of monitor to check how much of that disk is used, then alert us when it is at, say, 90% capacity. Why would that kind of monitoring have caught this before users saw 500 errors at 3 a.m.? What does disk usage do over time that makes a threshold alert useful? A threshold alert is useful because then we can take actions to remediate the usage, whether that means cleaning up unnecessary files or allocating additional storage. What? Oh, no, it's like usage is going to usually go up over time. So by setting a threshold, we then have time to do things to avoid the users ever encountering the issue. God, I really had to spell it out for them, didn't I? What level are you on? I am currently on 96. Yeah, 96. And I have about, what is that? 2,500 or so to go before I level up again. Gotta love AI. Yeah, gotta love AI. Okay, update your Docker Compose YAML to run Node Exporter alongside Prometheus. Add a new scrape job in Prometheus.yaml so Prometheus scrapes Node Exporter. Wait at least 10 seconds for Prometheus to scrape and store some data, then run these queries in the Prometheus UI. Okay. We will need to Docker, Prometheus. Whoops. Okay. Then we'll do Docker compose down. Docker compose up. How long did it say to wait? I don't remember. $10. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 10 business days, 7 Mississippi, 8 Mississippi, 9 Mississippi, 10 Mississippi. I think we waited long enough. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, users of your e-commerce API report that pages load slowly, but nobody's seeing errors. Which red metric would best surface this problem? Duration. Oh, now we're getting serious, man. Prometheus, Grafana. Oh boy, we're just like things are heating up here. Let's make der Grafana. Yeah, we're going full stack. Dashboard hell. Oh my goodness, dude. The number of tools, right, that people are expected to know nowadays is just it's actually kind of unbelievable. It's crazy how many job titles have just continued to be consolidated, right? Like you read job descriptions now for certain positions and you're like, damn, this person's like a whole team unto themselves. Crazy. Yeah, too many dashboards. Too many. No more. No more. Put the dashboards away. I just feel like so much of the information is just not it's not useful, it's not actionable, it's all a lot of it's just noise, you know? It's like dashboards for the sake of dashboards, which nothing like causes me more pain than doing things just for the sake of doing things. Grafana not allowed? What? Oh, I guess I have to put that under services, don't I? I wonder if that. Oh, I just need to put it under services. The services. Services. Ah, crap. Just get it together, Steven. There we go. Now we need to log in. Always reactive, not proactive. Yeah, there's very, very little proactivity. Which is weird, because like when I worked in manufacturing, you know, there was definitely a reactive nature to some of the stuff we did from a maintenance perspective, but as time went on, especially working for a Japanese company, we got better and better at doing preventative maintenance and doing proactive maintenance and tracking that kind of stuff. So a lot of times we could avoid downtime by just scheduling replacements and repairs, and having scheduled downtime instead of unplanned downtime. But yeah, in the technology world, there's not a ton of that. It seems like the only thing we really coordinate or are proactive about is like releasing new software. We're pretty proactive about how to coordinate that, but dealing with actual issues ahead of time. But that's human nature, right? We tend to think bad things aren't going to happen. and we tend to not want to address issues before they actually cause us enough pain, right, or inconvenience us. Okay, we need to log in. We can skip this because we're not going to use it. Yo, where's your timer? Was wondering what I didn't feel like using the timer today since I basically can stream as long as I want. I felt like I don't really need to keep myself on a clock. I have a NIC malfunction we scheduled to replace about 6 months ago, but still on. That's crazy. Hey man, you know, Sir Bombo, it's the freaking weekend. Respect. Yeah, exactly, right? It's the weekend. We're not on a schedule. We're free. The weekend is when we're free. I guess that's how you do it. I guess I'll just... Is it working? Oh, there we go. Let's see. Prometheus 9090 dial-up. No such host. There was an error returned querying the Prometheus API. Oh, I wonder if that's because... No, it should be available. Let's see, Prometheus. $90.90, yep. There it is, yeah, so it's there. Huh. 9090. Wonder why it's not working. Yeah, I guess let's try that. That's not a bad idea. Oh, yeah, you're right, because I am running it as a separate container. Yep. It's not, they're not in the same bridge network. Yep, you're 100% right. Good catch. Thank you, Tookie. Thank you, Sir Bomble. Appreciate that. If I had done what they said, the value I had pasted would work, but but for some reason I did not do what they said. Oh, I think we have to make this actually... Well, how do we... So you're a container, and you're trying to resolve... And I'm trying to resolve localhost. So I basically need... I need the Grafana container to go outside to the host. So how do I do that? Let's see. Yeah, it's something like that. I forget exactly. I should have just done what they told me to do. Let's see. I thought 000 did that, but maybe it doesn't. Yeah, okay. Host.docker.internal. Does that sound right? Host.docker.internal. There we go. Looky there. Now it's working. Yeah, Sir Bomble, you're the man. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. Okay, so now we can do boot.dev. Oh no, we need to check. Hold on. Import the node exporter full community dashboard. Okay. How do we do that? There we go. Import dashboard. Hey, looky there. Them some metrics. them some metrics. Ah, oh, damn it. Oh shit, this is not gonna host. Oh, I think I have to name. I didn't name it correctly, did I? Host system metrics. Edit. How do I edit the name? Dashboards. Cancel. Exit edit. Discard. Dashboards. Can I not rename it? How the fuck do you rename the dashboard? Don't think you can? Fuck that. Come on. It's like set the dashboard. Okay. Enter the dashboard ID. Click load. Okay. Well, I guess we can delete it. And we'll just re-import it. What was the, I guess we can just type the ID in here too. 1860. Load. Name. Import. All right, I'm almost, I think, getting to the end. My wife says I need to take a break, which I don't disagree with her. Valid, yeah, valid, agreed, yeah. All right, let's try to. Nice, man. Glad you made it. Glad your flight was good. Glad the interviews went well. Enjoy your food. I think I'll wrap up too. Yeah, of course, man. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Not very many people hang out and watch on Twitch, so that's pretty nice of you to do. You too, man. Good luck. I'll be thinking about your interview results. I'll be looking forward to hearing back what you hear. All right. Okay. I'm going to wrap up. Let's see. We did our Level check. I don't think I actually leveled up. 96. Fuck, man. This is just such a grind. Alright. I'm out of here. Hope you guys are having a great Saturday. And I'll probably see y'all tomorrow. Alright. Bye. See you guys.